warriors on the front line through the battles and the pains, with a camera in the fray and the world on our screens. We're the voice of the silence, the witness of the scenes. Headlines flashing bright from the shadows, we arise with the truth in our hands under perilous skies. Every story told is a battle we fight. Through the darkness and the fear, we bring the light. In the chaos, in the flames, we'll stand tall, with the courage to reveal through the rise and the fall. From the embers of the war to the echoes of the call, we're the eyes of the world and we'll never stall. KLW, we're the warriors on the front lines. Through the blood and the fire, we'll define the times. In the heat of the battle, where the truth lies, we're the voice of the war and the world will find. From the ruins and the wreckage, every story's told. Through the tears and the heartbreak, the bravery unfolds. In the darkest hours, when the world's torn apart, KLW brings the stories straight from the heart. With the cameras rolling through the wreckage and the pain, we capture the reality while the world remains. Every angle, every moment in the line of fire, we're the pulse of the battlefield, never to tire. KLW, we're the warriors on the front lines. Through the blood and the fire, we'll define the times. In the heat of the battle, where the truth lies, we're the voice of the war and the world will find. KLW, we're the warriors on the front lines. Through the blood and the fire, we'll define the times. In the heat of the battle, where the truth lies, we're the voice of the war and the world will find. Through the smoke and the ruins, we'll pierce the veil. With every breath we take and every tale, we're the heartbeat of the conflict in the shadowed frail. With KLW's vision, the truth won't fail. Stand firm, we're the beacon in the fray. Through the dust and the fury, we'll light the way. In the fight for the truth, where the heroes lay. KLW, the story's here to stay. KLW, we're the warriors on the front lines. Through the blood and the fire, we'll define the times. In the heat of the battle, where the truth lies, we're the voice of the war and the world will find. So here's to the courage and the tales we unfold. In the heart of the conflict, our story's told. KLW, with the truth we hold. In the fire of the war, our legacy bold.
You can't handle the truth!
KLW World News coming at you, and I've got to fix something here that I just found out that is not there. So please bear with me while I try to figure this out. Here we go. That is Stream Deck Pedal. I come here, do that again. Oops. Wrong button. I'm good at that. Stream Deck Pedal. Show action. There it is. All right. Now I know that I'm not muted. So there's a lot going on, folks. The Iranians are actually drilling in the Strait of Hormuz as we speak. They are claiming that they are going to control the Strait of Hormuz. They're also practicing on how to sink an American warship, as well as they have now received hypersonic missiles from China and more Ka-25 attack helicopters from Russia. So Russia and China are both providing weapons to Iran as we speak. The longer we wait, the worse it's going to be. And where is Mr. There he is. Mr. Hookstead.
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great wherever you're watching this from today. I'm filming this on February 16th, and we have big news as the Iranian Navy and the Iranian military have launched a massive war exercise with the goal of closing the Strait of Hormuz and sinking all the U.S. Navy ships in the region as we are on the brink of war against the Islamic dictatorship. This is as hot as it's going to get. This is literally a high alert. We are on a high alert code red status. And as of Monday, the Iranian Navy is making moves in preparation for opening fire on U.S. Navy ships. And that will be the start of a war unlike anything Iran could ever have imagined. So we're going to break it down. We also have bombers in the air. Bombers are on the move. We have stealth fighters on the move. This is a rapidly developing situation. Before we get into it, as always, please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free. Caution out, then huge boost to the channel. Comment with your thoughts below. What should we do if the Iranian Navy fires one missile or one shot at our ships? What should we do? Let me know in the comments below. Hit the notification bell. All notifications turned on. You won't miss a thing. And then right here, Instagram, David_Hookstead, X, D Hookstead. That's where you can find me on social media. My DMs are wide open. Please reach out with any tips you have. Give me a follow on both. Now let's get into it. So I'm going to put this up on video screen for you all right here. I do have to mute the video. What this is, what we are looking at here is Iran, as of today, launched massive war drills to simulate the sinking of U.S. ships and closing down the Strait of Hormuz. Why is that important? The Strait of Hormuz is where a lot of the world's oil exports move through. If you close it down, you would essentially tank the international oil market. One of Iran's strategies in the event of a war is to close the Strait of Hormuz, crash the oil economy, and then sink any U.S. ships that are there. So in this video, what you're going to see is a variety of Iranian naval movements. They blow up some ships in training exercises. It is quite troubling. So let's go ahead and get ready to watch it. All right, so we're going to roll the footage. Right here, you see Iranian gunboats, Iranian attack ships, Iranian ships that would be used to try to swarm the United States Navy ships in the region. Again, this is happening as of today. So they're doing a missile fire, an anti-ship missile that they are blowing up. Again, that is not a U.S. ship being blown up. That is a ship, an Iranian ship, a practice target. So they are trying to show their capabilities in a live fire exercise right near United States Navy ships in preparation to swarm us and try to sink our ships. So they're in the air, they're in planes, they're around some kind of island. And then here is a IRGC official inspecting all of their ships. We'll skip ahead here. You see more ships. So the real important part is the beginning here when they have their gunboats, they're firing their missiles. But this is what the Iranians are practicing right now. They are literally practicing today, as of February 6th, to close the Strait of Hormuz and unleash missiles at the United States Navy. And I'm here to tell them, if one missile touches any one of our ships, it is all-out war. If they fire an anti-ship missile at any of our boats, we will obliterate them in a fashion they have never seen. And people might not like when I talk that way. They might not like that kind of language, that kind of rhetoric. But I'm an American, and I don't want to see any of our men and women who are over there get hurt. And if they try to sink our ships, we must respond with overwhelming and brutal force. But we have more movements here, because while they're doing that, let me put this up on the screen. We have bombers in the air. So this is multiple B-52H bombers. As of today, this was February 16th. We're on the move. I believe they're going from Guam, or they're on their way to Guam. But multiple B-52 bombers, which is one of the most powerful bombers in the world. It can carry 70,000 pounds of bombs. Is multiple of them, at least two of them, are airborne on the move to an unknown location. It's unclear if they took off from Guam, are heading to Guam, or if they're headed to Diego Garcia, which is our island base in the Indian Ocean outside of Iranian missile range. That will be critically important in the event of an attack on Iran, in a counterattack where they try to hit us. They can't hit us at Diego Garcia. So B-52 bombers, they can also carry nukes, but they can carry a wide variety of conventional weapons. Obviously, I don't think we're going to use nukes against Iran, But the fact we have B-52s in the air, that should be very troubling and concerning to the Iranian regime, because they will be flattening Iranian military sites if and when this thing kicks off. And it certainly looks like we can continue to trend in that way. Now, here. So this comes from Mensch Osnet. It is multiple F-35 stealth fighters are on the move with refueling tankers. Again, as of today, February 16th, we are racing more F-35s into the region. We've got the refuelers up there that are essentially, as they like to say, towing them along, refueling them as they go. Why are we flooding F-35s into the region? Because F-35s will be needed to defeat the Russian, Iranian, and Chinese air defenses that Iran depends on. They mostly use Russian and Chinese, but they have some domestically produced anti-air defense systems as well. The same things we saw in Venezuela. Well, the F-35 blew right through those, no problem whatsoever, just torched them. And then right here, this comes from open source intel, multiple refueling flights again left today. So we got bombers in the air today. We got stealth fighters in the air today, and we are flooding all the refueling tankers we can scramble up. They are bound for the Middle East. Why are they bound for the Middle East? Well, if we're going to launch a massive operation, what do you need? You need refueling tankers in order to make sure the planes in the air, the fighter jets and such, are able and ready to go. Now, some might be asking, well, how are negotiations going? Well, this is Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister, Majid Takhravatchi. I'm sure I butchered that. Don't really care if I butchered his name. He gave an interview to the BBC where he said uranium enrichment will never be discussed, will never be off the table, will never be on the table to be removed. Let's watch his comment.
So they've dropped that demand.
As I said, you have to ask this question.
But as far as
to them.
you
But
understand,
as far as we are
you're at the
concerned,
table, you know what the deal is.
As far as we are concerned, zero enrichment is not on the table anymore.
So they've dropped that demand.
As I said, you have to ask this question
But as far
to
as
them.
you
But as far as
understand,
we are
you're at the
concerned,
table, you know what the deal is.
as far as we are concerned, zero enrichment is not on the table.
So right there, the Iranians are saying they will never, ever give up the enrichment of uranium, which, of course, you need to use nukes. Well, that's a bit of a problem, right? Because that's a sticking point. The United States is telling them you can't have uranium, you can't enrich uranium, you can't have long-range ballistic missiles, and Iran is making it clear they will never give up either of those things. So if they're not going to negotiate, it really only leaves us on a path to war. That's what it is. That is what it is. So I don't say that lightly, but if Iran is not going to negotiate in good faith, President Trump has made it clear that if that fails, if negotiations fail, it will be the military option, which Iran has said will start a massive regional war. Now, last thing here. Russia is flying in massive cargo aircraft that are loaded up with the Mi-28 attack helicopter. So that right there is a look at the Mi-28 attack helicopter that Russia is supplying, more heavy weapons that Russia is supplying to Iran. Why do you need those? Well, if there's any boots on the ground or whatever it might be, attack helicopters are a great close air support asset. So Russia is literally racing attack helicopters to Iran to try to arm them against any U.S. military intervention coming. This is essentially a knockoff of an American Apache, except the American Apache is much, much better. So that is where we are at as of me filming this on February 16th. The Iranians are practicing closing the Strait of Hormuz. They are threatening to sink U.S. ships, and they are firing missiles at practice ships to know if their missiles are going to work. And if they hit one of our ships, we have no choice but to sink their whole Navy. That should be the price. You hit one of our ships, we'll sink your whole Navy. We'll bomb your Navy bases. Your whole Navy's going down. And we could probably do that in an hour or two. That's the difference between our Navy and their Navy. We have state-of-the-art ships. We've got the best aircraft carriers in the world. We've got another aircraft carrier, the Gerald Ford, coming in right now. So they are no match for us, none. So if they want to do this, I would encourage them to think long and hard. And at the same time, we've got bombers on the move, stealth fighters on the move. The Russians are racing in heavy heavy arms. It is a crazy, crazy situation, but that is where that's where we are at as of me filming, as of February 16th. I want to know what you guys think. Let me know in the comments below. What comes next? Where do we go from here? Will the bombs eventually fall? Let me know in the comments below. Please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free. Cost you guys nothing at all. Huge, huge boost to the channel. Hit the notification bell. All notifications turned on. You won't miss a thing. And then Instagram, David_Hookstead, XD Hookstead. That's where you can find me on social media. My DMs are wide open. Please reach out with whatever you got. As always, thanks for watching. I'll see y'all when we have more updates.
That feels even better.
Reaching this paper.
Molly, why don't we have another kid?
Now hear this. Now hear this. The commander of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Navy, Admiral Azera Tingstiri, says the Strait of Hormuz will be closed within a few hours ago. Within a few hours. He said that 3 hours ago. In the event of any aggression, their entire navy will be completely destroyed. Every ship will sink. Please do it. Please. We've been waiting patiently.
The exact price. I know that's what it is.
Michael.
Exactly, 2148.
His bid is 2148. That's an interesting bid. How did you settle on
I
2148?
seen that on there last week, and that was the exact price. I know that's what it is. I watch you every day. I watch you every day, Bob.
Now, you were laughing and you didn't hear what else he said. He says he watches every day. Now, if he wins this, you'll see that loyalty to this show paid off. What do you bid, Scott? Why bid at all? He has the exact price.
Well, what are the bids so far?
The bids so far are $1,700 and $21.48.
$1,800, please.
$1,800, Noel.
$1,500.
$1,500 for her. Now, wait. Wait a minute here. Michael is already leaping around down there. He says he's got it. Now, we'll just find out whether you got it or not. We have a lot of scooters, you know. First number is 2. 2,148. You got it exactly right. You got it exactly right.
if you eat some of the raw. This is a photograph of the alien from the movie Alien. This is what you could end up looking like if you eat some of the raw frozen shrimp being sent to the United States by other countries.
By the Islamic call to prayer. New Yorkers are now getting a taste of their own medicine. They're now being awoken by the Islamic call to prayer at 5 a.m. And are then being disturbed a further 4 times throughout the day by that very same Islamic call to prayer. How sad. Sorry, excuse my lack of empathy, only I don't know what the fuck you expected. You elected an Islamist mayor, a socialist Islamist mayor no less. Zoran despises everything that the United States stands for. Freedom, democracy, might and capitalism. So it is absolutely no surprise that he is choosing to disrupt the status quo. Hence, the Islamic call to prayer being loudspeakered throughout the city. Across the very same city that was victim to the worst attack of all time. And that's probably why, on his path of self-destruction, he also just appointed the attorney of the 9/11 Al-Qaeda to now be the top attorney in New York City. You know, he's just disrupting the status quo. He wants New York to eat itself from the inside out. And you fools have facilitated this. And my God, did we warn you. London has been stuck with Sadiq Khan as mayor for a very long time. We have been stuck with the Islamic call to prayer for far too long. But that should be the very least of your concerns. London has quickly become all but lawless. Crime has skyrocketed. There's two-tier policing protecting, you guessed it, the Muslims. Oh, and the demographic of London has been irreparably changed, altered by, I'll leave you to guess by whom. Buckle up, New York. Buckle the fuck up.
I'm on the phone, guys. All right, I'm back. Yeah, there's a lot going on. The Iranians are closing the Strait of Hormuz. The Chinese have provided missiles for the Iranian regime. Russia is providing attack helicopters. They are getting ready to try to take the Strait of Hormuz, and they're going to find out real quick, like that's not how it's going to work. Nobody is going to tolerate the closing of the Strait of Hormuz. That's supposed to be taking place as we speak. So, all right, Josh, let me hear this question. Am I going to go out to Arizona? No, I just came back from New Mexico. Where were you? Yeah, I'm not worried about Nancy's disappearance. I do real news, not some lady that's missing from her house because some guy murdered her. That's too much Hollywood news for me. Yeah, we don't do Hollywood news.
Just into the newsroom, breaking moments ago, the family of Hollywood legend Robert Duvall confirming the actor has passed away. He was 95 years old. He was a breakout star back in the 1960s, playing Boo Radley in To Kill a Mockingbird. Other roles including Tom Hagen in The Godfather, Mark in Apocalypse Now as Colonel Bill Kilgar. He took home an Oscar for Tender Mercies. We'll have a full look back at his very long life coming up.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me
One of President Trump's core missions when he assumed the presidency was to unleash American energy dominance. He recognized that more energy made America stronger economically, job opportunities in our country, stronger militarily, better able to project power abroad. He led this effort with 4 large executive orders to move all the things out of the way that had strangled American energy ingenuity.
Images of military drills by Iran's Revolutionary Guard in the Strait of Hormuz, broadcast on state television. The exercises, overseen by General Mohammad Pakpour, aim to prepare the guards for potential security and military threats in the strait, after the US deployed a large naval force to the area. They come a day before a second round of nuclear talks in Switzerland between Iran and the US. Iran's foreign minister, who has already had a meeting with the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency in Geneva, indicated on X that he was ready to achieve a fair and equitable deal, but added that Iran would not submit to threats. During a visit to Budapest, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that making a deal with Tehran will be difficult.
I think if there's an opportunity here to diplomatically reach an agreement that addresses the things we're concerned about, we will be very open and welcoming to that. But I don't want to overstate it either. It's going to be hard. I mean, we're dealing, it's been very difficult for anyone to do real deals with Iran because we're dealing with radical Shia clerics who are making theological decisions, not geopolitical ones.
The two countries resumed talks on the 6th of February in Oman, the first since a 12-day war in June last year, during which American B-2 bombers hit Iranian nuclear sites. The negotiations hit a dead end every time when Washington's demand for zero nuclear enrichment is brought up. US President Donald Trump is pushing Iran to agree to a deal and has announced that a second aircraft carrier, the Gerald Ford, would depart very soon for the Middle East.
The Panamanian-flagged tanker Veronica III, suspected of moving nearly 1.9 million barrels of Venezuelan heavy crude as part of Iran's so-called Ghost Fleet, was intercepted by U.S. forces after what officials described as a long, calculated pursuit that began in the Caribbean. U.S. Navy SEALs fast-roped from helicopters onto the deck of the tanker, a high-risk maneuver carried out in open ocean. Above them, rotors cutting through the wind. Below, a massive oil tanker that had reportedly ignored repeated orders to stop. And shadowing the entire operation, an Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer, keeping close escort, watching every move. That matters, because when an Arleigh Burke is on scene, you're not just talking about presence, you're talking about layered missile defense, Tomahawk strike capability, advanced radar systems, and a warship built for high-intensity conflict. It wasn't there for decoration. It was there in case things escalated. No casualties were reported. The crew was detained. The cargo is expected to be legally confiscated under current U.S. sanctions laws. But here's the real question, and let's make it blunt. Was this interception carried out to deliberately increase pressure on Iran? Within hours of the boarding making headlines, another development raised eyebrows across defense circles. The United States ordered the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford to move immediately toward the Middle East. That's not routine. The Ford is the most advanced aircraft carrier ever built. the lead ship of her class. And when she deploys, she doesn't go alone. A carrier strike group typically sails with 7 to 9 additional vessels, guided missile destroyers, possibly a cruiser, at least one attack submarine, and supply ships to keep the group operational for months. And here's where it gets even more serious. The Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group is already operating in the region. So now the question becomes unavoidable. Why would Washington want 2 carrier strike groups in the Middle East at the same time? This movement comes as nuclear talks with Iran and Oman have reportedly stalled. President Donald Trump has publicly warned that if there is no rapid agreement to dismantle Iran's nuclear program, the consequences for Tehran would be, in his words, very traumatic. Those are not diplomatic words. That's pressure language. And when pressure language is backed by carrier strike groups, it stops being theoretical. So let's look at this from another angle. Moving the Gerald R. Ford right now isn't just about adding more planes to the sky. It's about tempo, speed, escalation control. The Ford was designed for high-intensity operations against near-peer adversaries. Everything about her architecture is built around sustained combat rhythm, generating more sorties per day than previous carriers, cycling aircraft faster, rearming quicker, recovering and relaunching with less downtime. In a crisis scenario, that operational tempo becomes a form of leverage in itself. But there's something else that often gets overlooked. The Ford isn't just a strike platform. She's a command and control hub. Her battle management systems allow coordination across air, sea, cyber, and space domains. In other words, she's not just launching aircraft, she's integrating intelligence, surveillance feeds, satellite data, and electronic warfare assets into a single operational picture. That changes the equation. Because when you position a platform like that closer to a flashpoint, you're not simply increasing firepower, you're tightening the decision window, you're reducing response time from hours to minutes, and then there's survivability. The Ford class was built with reduced radar cross-section compared to older carriers, advanced defensive systems, improved damage control architecture, and automated systems that require fewer sailors to operate critical components. It's designed to stay in the fight under complex threat environments, including anti-ship missile scenarios. Now pair that with the Abraham Lincoln, already operating in the region. The Lincoln brings experience and established operational rhythm in theater, in its own full-strike ecosystem. The Ford brings fresh capacity, cutting-edge systems, and strategic weight. Together, they don't just represent more. They represent redundancy, endurance, and layered options. So maybe the real reason the Ford is moving immediately isn't about repeating the same show of force we've seen before. Maybe it's about making sure that if diplomacy collapses overnight, there is no scramble, no delay, no hesitation. Everything would already be in place. And that kind of preparation speaks louder than any press conference. A carrier never sails alone. Around her, forming a defensive and offensive shield, are some of the most advanced warships in the world. Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, like the one that escorted the Veronica, are typically part of that screen. These ships carry the Aegis Combat System, SM-2 and SM-6 surface-to-air missiles, Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles, anti-submarine torpedoes, and close-in defense systems. In practical terms, they can defend against aircraft, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and submarines, while also launching precision strikes hundreds of miles inland. An attack submarine often operates silently within the group, likely a Virginia-class boat, fast, quiet, equipped with Tomahawk missiles and advanced sonar systems. Its job? Intelligence gathering, anti-submarine warfare, and, if needed, first strike capability. You may also see Ticonderoga-class cruisers providing additional missile capacity and command coordination. Layer on top of that the carrier's air wing, and you have a mobile strike complex capable of sustained operations. This is not just a show of force. It's the architecture of potential war.
Let's step back for a moment. What we're seeing looks like calculated pressure. The interception of the Veronica sends a message about sanctions enforcement. The rapid deployment of the USS Gerald R. Ford reinforces that message with visible military power. The United States appears to be building leverage, not necessarily to start a war, but to prevent one. By demonstrating overwhelming capability, Washington may be trying to push Tehran towards signing a nuclear agreement under intensified pressure. The question is simple. Will Iran see this as deterrence or as provocation?
Right now, we're at a crossroads. A seized tanker in the Indian Ocean, special forces boarding operations, destroyers on escort, 2 carrier strike groups converging on the Middle East, nuclear negotiations hanging by a thread. Individually, each event is significant. Together, they form a pattern, and patterns matter in geopolitics. So here's the final question, the one that keeps defense analysts awake at night. Are we watching a high-stakes negotiation backed by muscle, or the quiet positioning before a storm? Because one thing is clear, the ships are moving.
So we just had very good financial numbers, very low inflation. We brought costs way down, and the numbers were surprising, except to me, they weren't surprising. So the inflation numbers that just announced, as you know, are way down, and we have it back in track. We had the worst inflation in the history of our country, and now we have very modest inflation, which is what you want to have.
Mr. President, are you anticipating? Mr. President, why hasn't the FBI taken over the Nancy Guthrie case as the lead investigator? Do you have any updates on how that's going?
Well, they took it over originally. You know, it was a local case originally, and they didn't want to let go of it, which is fine. It's up to them. It's really up to the community. But ultimately, when the FBI got involved, I think, progress has been made. Complicated case.
Mr. President, are you anticipating cutting a deal with Democrats to end the potential shutdown for DHS?
See what happens. We always have to protect our law enforcement. It's very important. They've done a great job. Remember, they've taken out hundreds of thousands of criminals out of our country, and we have the best crime numbers we've ever had, and everywhere. Murder numbers, crime numbers of any kind. We have the best numbers. We've taken out hundreds of thousands of criminals out of our country. We have to protect our law enforcement.
Are you talking to the Democrats?
Mr. President, are you still considering land strikes on Mexico, Colombia, and Venezuela?
What about it?
Land strikes, are you planning?
Don't worry about it.
Mr. President, do you still have a veto on Nouri al-Maliki to become the Iraqi Prime Minister?
We're looking at a Prime Minister. We're going to see what's going to happen. We've got some ideas on it. But in the end, everybody needs the U.S. Everybody needs us.
Are you planning to hold anyone accountable
about his relationship
down in El Paso? The second aircraft carrier that you decided to send. Talk about why you made that choice.
Well, in case we don't make a deal, we'll need it.
Are you worried?
We'll need it. If we have a deal, we could cut it short. It'll be leaving very soon. We have one out there that just arrived. If we need it, we have it ready. A very big force.
Is there going to be any progress in Ukraine negotiations? Do you still demand Zelensky has to hold elections before summer?
Zelensky's going to have to get moving. Russia wants to make a deal, and Zelensky's going to have to get moving. Otherwise, he's going to miss a great opportunity. He has to move.
Mr. President, are you going to hold anyone accountable?
Mr. President, are you personally involved in these negotiations over DHS funding, and where do you see room for compromise?
Well, but you have to remember, if you look at Homeland Security, if you look at what they've done, if you look at what ICE has done at Border Patrol, we have the safest border in the history of our country. Nobody comes in other than if they come in legally. If you remember, just a little while ago, a year and a half ago, for a 4-year period, they allowed 25 million people in our country. Many of these people are murderers and drug dealers, horrible things. We've gotten a lot of them out. We now have the best records in the history of our country on crime. It was just announced our crime numbers are the best in 125 years. So I am here to protect law enforcement and our great police and ICE and Border Patrol and everybody. I'm here to protect them because they're protecting us. And the job they've done is incredible.
Do you believe Prime Minister Netanyahu will receive a pardon?
I do think so, yes.
Do you still have confidence in Kristi Noem, Mr. President, despite the reports of chaos?
We have low crime numbers. The answer is
Duffy's handling of the airspace closure over El Paso. Are you pleased with Sean Duffy's handling of the airspace closure over El Paso?
The way it happened. People learn. People learn.
We talk on Greenland, on European leaders' hypocrisy. Greenland doesn't want Europe controlling them anymore. What's your message to them, to those European leaders' hypocrisy?
Greenland's going to want us, but we get along very well with Europe. We'll see how it all works out. We're negotiating right now for Greenland.
Mr. President, do you think the cartels are at all involved in Nancy Guthrie's case or another nation state potentially?
Can't say that yet. It's a little bit early, but it's somebody either knew what they were doing very well or they were rank amateurs. Either way, it's not a good situation.
What is your message to European leaders in Munich Security Conference?
Great relationship with them. If it wasn't for me, they'd be paying 2% and not paying. Instead, they're paying 5% and they're paying. We have a very good relationship with NATO.
How confident are you that our negotiations with Iran will be successful?
I think they'll be successful, and if they're not, it's going to be a bad day for Iran. Very bad.
Mr. President, are you actively talking with Democrats right now about a DHS shutdown? How painful do you expect that to be?
But, we have to protect law enforcement. ICE has done a phenomenal job. Border Patrol, we have a closed border for the first time in history. We have to protect law enforcement, our police, our Border Patrol, ICE, and others in law enforcement. And I'm very much, look, I know what they want. I know what they can live with. The Democrats have gone crazy. They're radical left lunatics. That's why their cities are so unsafe. The blue cities are the cities that are unsafe. So we have to protect our law enforcement.
Mr. President, you just lifted sanctions on Venezuela on oil. What are the next steps and when are you going to host Delcy
Well, we have a very good relationship with the president of Venezuela. As you know, we're working together very closely. We have our big oil companies going in. They're going to be taking out the oil and selling the oil for a lot of money, and Venezuela is going to get a big part of that money. And the relationship we have right now with Venezuela is, I would say, a 10.
Mr. President,
the biggest beneficiary will be the people of Venezuela.
On Venezuela, will you be recognizing Delcy Rodriguez's government as the official government of Venezuela?
Well, right now we have done that. We're dealing with them. And really, right now, they've done a great job. Delcy's done a very, very good job, and the relationship is strong. The oil is coming out, and a lot of money is being paid for oil by other nations, and we're taking care of it. We're refining it, and we're the only one that has the capability to refine it. Right now, the relationship with Venezuela is as good as it can be.
When are you planning to visit Venezuela, sir?
I'm going to make a visit to Venezuela. We haven't decided. Are you from Venezuela?
From Colombia, sir. We share a border with Venezuela.
We just had a good meeting with you.
With the president of Colombia.
President, on the Munich Security Conference, what is your message to Europe and to the leaders?
The only message is we have a great relationship with NATO. We're a very powerful part of NATO. The people that are the heads of the countries, the various countries that we're talking about, they're all friends of mine.
Mr. President, you just mentioned the meeting with the president of Colombia, Mr. President.
Congress back in town?
To meet with the North Korean Kim Jong-un this year.
Mr. President, do you have a deadline for Iran, Mr. President? Do you have a deadline for Iran? Do you have any deadline for Iran?
Mind I do, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. President, Rwanda just violated the peace agreement. What are you going to do about it? You told me last time that there will be consequences. They continue to kill a lot of Congolese people in DRC.
We'll take a look at it.
Are you happy with the current situation in Syria after the deal that you brokered?
The president of Syria is doing a very good job. He's unifying the country. We're very happy with the job he's doing. He's doing a great job for the people of Syria. He's unifying the country. Thank you.
I want to show you the evidence.
Come on, Brian, let's go.
Look what they're doing. Hey, step back. First of all, pretty strong economic numbers going into 26. Stock market 50,000. You said it could go to 100,000 plus
numbers today on inflation.
I was going to say, what's the outlook for the remainder of 26? Do you think?
I think we're going to have 100,000 by the time I leave office and at the end of my term. I think we're going to be at 100,000, the Dow. And if you remember, when I was first elected, everybody said, if I got it to 50,000, the Dow, or 7,000 with the S&P, if I got it to 50,000 with the Dow, that would be amazing. That would be in 4 years from then, from the election. I got it at 50,000 the last day of my first year. So I'm pretty early. I think we have a great chance of doing very substantially higher numbers. The country is doing well. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world by far. And the inflation numbers that just came out moments ago were actually incredible. Prices are way down. Inflation is way down. Far lower than anyone thought could have happened in a period of 1 year.
Mr. President, to show you. I have a lot to show you.
Are there any concessions you're willing to make with ICE, about ICE or about immigration enforcement?
It's in favor of our law enforcement. ICE has done an amazing job. We've taken up hundreds of thousands of horrible criminals, including murders. We had 11,888 murders. A lot of them have been found and removed from our country. We have the lowest crime number. We have the best crime numbers we've had, you won't believe this one, 125 years. From the year 1900, we have the best crime numbers that we've had in 125 years. I have a great loyalty to ICE, to Border Patrol, to our police, to, frankly, our firemen, etc. Thank you.
This is the Las Vegas Sphere, and when it opened its doors in 2023, it was supposed to be the best entertainment value the world has ever seen. And at first, it was. Yet, despite $2.3 billion in construction costs and 5 years to build, production teams were soon discovering one troubling problem after another. A venue so advanced, it couldn't do something stages have done since old-time variety shows. A display so expensive, it loses $270,000 every single day. And no one saw these problems coming until it was already built. It all started with a pitch that seemed too good to be true. What if you could put the audience inside the screen instead of in front of it? No more flat rectangles, no more bad seats. Instead, you'd be completely surrounded by a 16K resolution LED dome stretching above, around, and in front of you. Every seat feels like the best seat because the entire building is the screen. The audio would be just as revolutionary. A company called Holoplot developed a speaker system with over 160,000 individually controlled drivers, compared to the 50 or so speakers in a normal movie theater. Unlike traditional speakers that blast sound in one direction, this system can theoretically steer audio to specific seats. You and the person next to you could hear completely different things. At least that was the idea. Madison Square Garden Entertainment broke ground in 2018. For 5 years, construction crews solved problems nobody had ever solved before. How do you cool a building that's essentially one giant computer? How do you synchronize video across a curved surface using multiple GPU clusters that have to work in perfect lockstep? How do you even create content for a 16K spherical screen when most Hollywood films are shot in 4K and flat? By September 2023, the Sphere was ready. The exterior alone had 580,000 square feet of programmable LEDs visible from across the valley. You could see it from airplanes. You could probably see it from space. U2 announced their opening shows there. Tickets sold for thousands of dollars. Reviews used words like translucent and revolutionary. The future had finally arrived. If that sounds familiar, it should. It's the same pitch we've heard for every other overhyped technology of the last decade. Revolutionary, transcendent. The future is finally here. Build it now. Figure out if it works later. Because behind the hype, production teams were discovering a troubling pattern. Here's a question that apparently nobody asked during the Sphere's 5-year design process. How exactly do you light a performer when they're standing inside a giant light bulb? Seriously, think about it. When U2's production team arrived to prepare for the show, they walked into a problem that should have been obvious from day one. Traditional concert lighting isn't complicated. You point bright lights at performers from specific angles above the stage. Front light shows their faces. Backlight separates them from the background. Side light adds dimension. This has been standard since old-time variety shows. It's not revolutionary, it just works. But Sphere's designers built a venue where the background is the brightest thing in the room. That interior LED dome pumps out uniform, high-intensity light across your entire field of vision. Every surface glows, which is fantastic if you want audiences to feel immersed in the visuals. It's a disaster if you want them to actually see the band. The venue's built-in lighting system was essentially useless. And it gets worse. The fixed lighting positions were mounted along balcony edges. This created steep angles that cast harsh shadows across performers' faces. But here's the real kicker. Any traditional stage lighting risked bouncing off the LED dome itself, degrading the very image quality that was supposed to be Sphere's entire selling point. U2's lighting team faced an impossible choice: light the performers properly and ruin the screen, protect the screen and turn the band into silhouettes. So they did something drastic. They threw out the venue's entire lighting system and built a custom rig from scratch. And this was just the first of many issues to arise that would drive up time and costs. According to production reports, this took 50 days. 50 days of testing, iteration, and recalibration, just to figure out how to point lights at a stage in a $2.3 billion venue specifically built for live performance. This is what happens when you decide to design for the keynote instead of the use case. The impressive demo, the jaw-dropping specs. The part where it actually has to function, that comes later, apparently. The solution that U2's team found required turning lighting into a software-coordinated subsystem synchronized with video content in real time. If the drone shows a bright desert scene, lights compensate instantly. If it goes dark, they adjust or blind the audience. One timing error, and the whole thing falls apart. And here's what makes this truly remarkable. This wasn't a software bug. This wasn't something a patch could fix. The fundamental conflict between a glowing environment and traditional stage lighting was built into the architecture. The most advanced entertainment venue on Earth was designed as a screen first and a performance space second. Nobody seemed to consider that performers need to be seen, which raises an uncomfortable question. What else did they miss? As it turns out, quite a lot. The lighting disaster was just the appetizer. The deeper engineers dug into Sphere's systems, the more problems surfaced. And unlike lighting, you can't fix these by building a separate rig. Let's start with that gorgeous 16K screen. Here's something audiences don't realize. That dome isn't one continuous display. It's tens of thousands of individual LED tiles, each one with its own drivers, each manufactured separately, each aging at its own rate. Calibration systems are supposed to keep brightness and color uniform across the entire surface. In practice, the human eye is annoyingly good at catching inconsistencies that cameras completely miss. Temperature gradients across the dome affect different tiles differently. Panels near cooling vents behave one way. Panels in thermal dead zones behave another. Over a 2-hour show, brightness drifts imperceptibly on individual tiles, but noticeably across sections. Scenes that look invisible from one angle become obvious during motion sequences or from certain seats. Automated correction systems run constantly. They help, but they don't fix it. Sit in the wrong seat during the wrong scene, and you might notice the curtain behind the wizard. But here's where things get really complicated. That 16K spherical display exceeds what any single computer can handle. So Sphere uses massive GPU clusters working in parallel, each responsible for a section of the dome. They have to stay synchronized to tolerances measured in microseconds. When they don't, and sometimes they don't, you get problems. Micro frame phase mismatches, subframe timing drift between render nodes. On fast-moving content, this shows up as tearing effects that have no business appearing on a screen this expensive. You probably won't notice during slow, sweeping visuals. You might notice when an explosion rips across the dome and one section lags a fraction of a second behind the others. These are data center problems. They're not supposed to happen in entertainment venues. But Sphere isn't really a venue anymore. It's a distributed computing system that happens to have seats. The audio has its own headaches. Those hollow-plot beam-forming arrays rely on precise phase alignment across thousands of drivers. Phase drifts over time. Certain frequencies start coloring differently depending on where you sit. Narrow dead zones emerge where audio imaging collapses entirely. And here's the cruel part. These errors might only affect a handful of seats. The person 3 rows over hears perfection. You hear mush. Because problems are seat-specific, they're nearly impossible to catch during rehearsals when engineers can't physically occupy every seat at once. Fixing it requires system-wide audio sweeps. You can't just adjust one speaker. You retune the entire array. That means downtime. That means lost revenue on a venue already losing money. And underneath all of this sits the thermal problem that connects everything. Those LED panels and GPU farms generate massive amounts of heat. Cooling systems run overtime. Uneven heat dissipation triggers brightness throttling. Increased cooling means louder HVAC noise, which interferes with the precision audio system. Sustained thermal stress accelerates component aging, which makes the calibration problems worse. It's a cascade. A fault in one layer pressures every other layer. Fix thermal issues, create noise problems. Fix noise problems, compromise cooling. Compromise cooling, accelerate LED degradation. Remember, this was supposed to be the future of entertainment. Instead, Every fix creates a new problem, and we're only halfway through what went wrong. Each improvement increases system coupling. The building literally fights itself. None of this had to happen. These are solved problems in traditional venues. But solved problems don't generate headlines or attract investors. And we haven't even gotten to the really scary part yet. July 2024, Las Vegas. A faulty CrowdStrike software update triggers a global technology outage. Airlines ground flights, banks freeze transactions, hospitals scramble to access patient records. At the Las Vegas Sphere, systems start failing. Local media reported portions of the display freezing. Some systems showed error states that looked suspiciously like Windows blue screens. But here's the thing, nothing inside the building actually broke. The problems originated from external IT infrastructure that Sphere depends on to function. Now, you might think this was a freak occurrence, a once-in-a-decade bug that happened to hit at the wrong moment. But it exposed something fundamental about how Sphere actually works. Traditional venues are self-contained. The lights work because there's a lighting board backstage. Sound works because there's a mixing console in the building. If the internet goes out, the show goes on. Maybe you lose some fancy effects. The fundamentals keep running. Sphere doesn't work like that. The venue relies on centralized control software connected to external networks. Content pipelines depend on cloud-based rendering. Audio, visual, and lighting coordination requires real-time data exchange that extends far beyond the building's walls. This means failures can start somewhere else entirely. A glitch in a data center 3 states away shows up as a problem on the dome. Recovery doesn't just need local technicians. It needs upstream systems to come back online first. Engineers have a term for this: single-point failure architecture. The system depends on components outside local control. It's how modern software platforms work. It's never how entertainment venues have worked. Move fast and break things. Works fine when you can push a patch. It's a disaster when the thing breaks in a $2.3 billion structure full of paying customers. The CrowdStrike incident lasted hours. Traditional venues didn't notice. Sphere got a preview of a vulnerability that will only grow as the building becomes more dependent on external systems. And this raises an uncomfortable question nobody wants to ask out loud. What happens when the failure isn't accidental? A cyber attack, a targeted disruption, a state actor who decides the giant glowing orb on the Las Vegas Strip makes an attractive symbol. The building that promised to revolutionize entertainment might have also revolutionized its attack surface. But even setting aside hypothetical disasters, Sphere has a very real problem happening right now. All these technical headaches might be tolerable if Sphere were printing money. Cutting-edge technology has growing pains. Everyone accepts that. You eat the headaches because the profits justify them. Sphere is not printing money. During early operations, the venue recorded losses of approximately $98 million. That's nearly $270,000 disappearing every single day the doors are open. Not disappointing revenues, losses. The building costs more to run than it brings in. And the reasons aren't temporary, they're structural. Start with power. That 1.2 million LED exterior and 160,000 square foot interior dome require a massive amount of electricity. GPU render clusters run continuously. Cooling systems work around the clock to prevent thermal damage to components worth millions. Then there's staffing. Sphere doesn't need traditional venue technicians. It needs software engineers, GPU specialists, LED calibration experts, audio DSP programmers, IT infrastructure managers. These people command Silicon Valley salaries, not entertainment industry wages. And you need a lot of them because the systems are too complex for small crews. Maintenance compounds everything else. When LED tiles degrade, you can't swap in generic parts. Replacements need calibration matching surrounding panels. When GPU clusters drift, diagnosis requires specialized expertise. When the hollow plot array needs recalibration, it's not turning knobs. It's a system-wide computational process. Traditional venues amortize construction costs over decades of predictable operations. A basketball arena from 1995 still works fine with modest upgrades. The model is proven. Sphere has no proven model. It's an experiment running at full scale with real money being lost every single day. Some analysts have put it bluntly. This is a case study in whether extreme immersive technology can ever sustain a viable business. Right now, evidence says it can't. We've heard this before. Losses are temporary because future scale fixes everything. The metaverse said it. Autonomous vehicles said it. The pattern keeps repeating. And this matters beyond Las Vegas. Madison Square Garden Entertainment wants to build more spheres. Their entire business thesis depends on this concept being replicable. But you can't replicate a money-losing building. You can't fix the money problem without fixing the technical problems. You can't fix the technical problems without spending more money. The snake is eating its own tail. But believe it or not, none of this is Sphere's strangest problem. Here's perhaps the most absurd part of the entire Sphere saga. The biggest limitation isn't the screen. It isn't the audio. It isn't thermal management or GPU synchronization or external IT dependencies. It's that there's almost nothing to show on it. Let that sink in for a moment. Humanity built the most advanced display ever created, and we don't have enough content to justify its existence. Sound familiar? It's the VR headset problem all over again. Incredible hardware, nothing to watch. Build the impressive machine, assume the ecosystem follows. At Google Cloud Next 2025, engineers demonstrated exactly what it takes to create Sphere-ready content. The process is staggering. Start with source material. Almost nothing exists in 16K. Hollywood films are mastered in 4K. Television runs at 1080p. Even premium streaming rarely exceeds 4K. To display anything on Sphere's dome, existing content must be reconstructed and upscaled using AI processing. But resolution is only half the problem. Sphere's display is spherical. Existing content is flat. You can't just stretch a rectangular movie around a dome and call it a day. Everything needs reprojection through specialized spherical mapping pipelines that fundamentally transform how images are structured. This isn't post-processing. It's rebuilding content from scratch. Take The Wizard of Oz at Sphere. This is a film from 1939. Engineers essentially had to recreate it for a format that didn't exist when the original was shot. Cloud-based rendering farms synchronized with local playback systems. Enormous computational resources just to make Dorothy watchable. And this is the process for every single piece of content. No standard format. No off-the-shelf pipeline. No way to license a library of Sphere-ready material the way a normal theater licenses films. The hardware exists. The audience exists. But the content pipeline can't feed the machine fast enough. And it gets worse. Because everything is custom engineered, there's no fallback. Traditional venues have backup modes. House lights up, static logo on screen. Show continues in reduced form. Sphere has no equivalent. A rendering error that only appears after deployment and quickly swap in replacement content. A motion sequence causing audience discomfort. Can't switch to a safer alternative on the fly. Something goes wrong with what's playing and you're left with a $2.3 billion building displaying nothing. This is content pipeline fragility at a scale nobody anticipated. The machine is only as good as what feeds it. Right now, humanity is still learning how to cook for a giant that's already starving. But even if you solve the content problem tomorrow, Sphere faces one more obstacle, and this one no engineer can fix. Madison Square Garden Entertainment has plans to build more spheres around the world. London was an early target. A sphere near Stratford Olympic Park would bring the experience to European audiences. The reaction was immediate. Residents organized opposition. City authorities raised concerns. And the objections weren't about construction or noise traffic. They were about what Sphere fundamentally is, a building-sized LED screen that never turns off. Light pollution topped the complaints. The Las Vegas Sphere is visible for miles. It displays advertisements, animations, attention-grabbing visuals designed to be seen from aircraft. Residents didn't want to live next to a permanent artificial sun. Visual dominance was another issue. Sphere doesn't blend into skylines, it dominates them. Critics argued that a massive LED orb near historic areas would permanently alter neighborhood character. Then came the unknowns. Long-term environmental effects of continuous high-intensity LED operation. Wildlife disruption. The precedent of allowing advertising displays disguised as entertainment venues into cities that specifically restrict billboards. Despite the technology working perfectly, these constraints effectively stopped the London expansion. Society rejected it. Turns out, the future of entertainment is a harder sell when it's parked outside your bedroom window. This is a category of failure engineers rarely consider. You can build something that functions flawlessly and still find nobody wants it near their home. The assumption that advanced technology will be welcomed because it's advanced doesn't survive contact with actual communities. Las Vegas tolerates the Sphere because Las Vegas tolerates everything. It's a city built on spectacle. Neon and excess aren't bugs. They're the brand. Most cities aren't Las Vegas. Most cities have residents who value dark skies and skylines without corporate logos floating above them. Sphere may have built the future of entertainment, but that future might only be welcome in one zip code. Bye for now.
Russia is being forced to defend more ground with less capacity, and that is how authoritarian systems start to lose control. The core vulnerability is the collapse of concentration. The Kremlin cannot keep power, money, and force stacked at the center under sustained pressure, and when concentration breaks, response times lengthen, redundancy disappears, and coercion stops arriving on schedule. And that is when the state begins losing territory in function first, and then in terms of geography. Three layers are degrading in parallel: border stability, fiscal capacity, and battlefield communications. Border instability forces a dispersion across a wider surface area. Dispersion spikes the daily burn rate for troops, logistics, repairs, and air defense. Fiscal strain, it kills redundancy, so every strike leaves a longer backlog and a weaker next-day posture. Meanwhile, communication friction slows decisions, so gaps stay open long enough to be hit again. And when the three systems degrade together, every fix creates a new vulnerability. Every redeployment patches one hole while opening another. Response times become predictable windows, and predictable windows, they invite routine pressure. And over time, the map turns into seams. Ukraine only has to keep pulling until something tears. Dispersion accelerates institutional erosion, and institutional erosion turns war cost into regime risk. Once the cash tightens, repairs and air defense compete inside the same finite pool. And when the state must choose between fixing yesterday and preventing tomorrow, it loses both. And this is how a war stops being a frontline problem and becomes a national resilience crisis. I'm Dr. Jason Smart. I'm a National Security Advisor and a Kyiv Post Special Correspondent. We are seeing the exact moment when the military force is meeting financial collapse. Ukraine's strikes are punishing the army, while the sanctions are leaving the Kremlin dry of cash. And the shrinking resources now are triggering fights between the elite factions as they fight over the scraps that are left. Confidence in the public is now tanking. They realize there's something going very wrong because the officials keep telling them these fairy tales, everything's okay, but they can see the mathematical evidence for themselves. And you can help us to break out to the world the truth of what's going on about the Kremlin's narratives and get it into the mainstream media. Subscribe now to help us reach 275,000 supporters of Ukraine. Please use your YouTube hype to boost this analysis and algorithm. Subscribing, like, hyping signals to YouTube that you want the facts, not low information noise. And you can always consider becoming a channel member today to support our efforts. Thank you. The revenue engine for Russia has stalled. It's quite clear. The 2026 federal budget is built on an oil price of $59 per barrel, but Ural's crude, at best, is selling for about $45 per barrel. This is $14 shortfall per barrel is creating a systemic crisis. In fact, it's so bad at this point that delivery friction has left 143 million barrels stranded at sea. This dead capital cannot be taxed, causing oil and gas tax revenue to collapse by 65%. This loss of fast cash is forcing the state to cannibalize other sectors just to stay liquid. And at the same time, this revenue collapse is triggering a massive $22.3 billion federal deficit just in January alone. The government spent $1.72 for every $1 it took in. This hole represents 73% of the total money brought into the Treasury during the entire month. That's a burn rate of about $500,000 per minute. At this point, there's no way for Russia to catch back up. A deficit this large is no longer a budget gap, but a structural failure of the state. Incredibly, January's spending consumed nearly 50% of the entire deficit target for the 2026 fiscal year. By losing half of its annual buffer in just 1 month, the Kremlin has lost all fiscal agility. With the annual plan effectively ruined by February, there is no margin for further shocks. The state must now choose between hyperinflationary money printing or mass asset seizures. This trajectory points to a system that's not just brittle, but one that is going to break, not bend, under pressure. At this point, it's very clear that Moscow is transitioning from a managed deficit to a predatory economy, where private savings are the only remaining line of credit. A state, though, that is forced to start going through people's bank accounts, to start emptying them out to pay for a very unpopular war, is not a state that's very stable. It's one that is putting at risk its entire regime. But there's another problem that Russia is facing right now. The system's failure accelerates when the rear demands frontline assets. And today in Russia, we are seeing that. Look at the situation in Belgorod. There's 220,000 people in Belgorod, Russia, who have lost electricity. They've lost heating. They've lost water. And what's incredible about that is that it's negative 19 degrees Celsius, about negative 2 degrees Fahrenheit. Russia could do more to help those people, and they need the city of Belgorod. Belgorod's important for planning the war against Ukraine. But Russia really can't afford to help them more, and Russia cannot help the front lines more. And that's because they lack S-400s and Pantsers. Those are the air defenses that Russia most often uses. But why do they have a lack of them? Well, one reason could be because Vladimir Putin. Around his house in Valdai, there are in fact around 20 modern air defense units that are encircling his villa. What's incredible about that is that that is about a third of the number that protects all of Moscow, a city of nearly 20 million people. But he's unwilling to spare any of that air defense to help the people of Russia, or to help the people on the front line, or to help the city of Belgorod. But all of this is happening at a historically bad moment for the Kremlin, because not only is the front line becoming brittle and starting to break, not only are they low on supplies, not only are they low on soldiers, and they're out of cash, there's also the problem that today, the people in Russia are starting to have some questions. Why is everything going so badly? And why are the authorities not being straightforward with us? Now, the Russian people, of course, are used to being lied to, but not so blatantly, not so obviously, not so clearly when their security is being jeopardized. But you can make things worse. And how you can make things worse is to make sure that Ukraine wins. And you can do so by checking out the first pinned comment below, right below the question of the day, and a video there that you should definitely check out so you understand the real situation inside of Russia. Right below that, you'll see how you can donate for the Ukrainian soldiers to get what they need to win this war. All donations right now are being matched, and I donate in every one of our fundraisers. Thank you. So let's look at the situation with communications, because that's actually probably one of the most interesting changes they've seen recently. Of course, you've heard about Starlink, how no longer can the Russians use it. But there's something else here that's really interesting. Telegram, which is like WhatsApp, it's a messaging app for your phone, is now being throttled inside of Russia. That is, they're restricting people from being able to use it. Now, there's about 60 million Russians that regularly use Telegram. But you know who else uses Telegram? The Russian military. So right now, when they've turned off Telegram, that means that the Russian military in the front, not only is it lacking Starlink, which they need to send missiles into Ukraine, to send things like drones into Ukraine, to coordinate on the front lines. Not only are they lacking that, they're now lacking the basic ability to communicate with each other. When the Russians communicate using their standard radios, that's very easy to intercept. Telegram is a little bit more complicated, but now the Russian government has decided to take that away from the soldiers. And it's a very rare occasion, but now we're seeing the Russian soldiers are very dissatisfied. The perception inside of Russia is this, is that the government is eliminating Telegram because it wants to make sure that there's no ability for people to turn against the government, that all voices are heard by Moscow. But the secondary consequence of that is that now, today inside of Russia, the Russian soldiers are less able to defend the front. Now, many people have already heard that Elon Musk decided to make sure that the Russians could not use Starlink, which provides internet anywhere in the world, to the Russians. And that means that Russians can't carry out attacks nearly as easily within Ukraine, but also means the Russians can't defend their own front. But there's another attribute of this which is great, and that is that the Ukrainians realize there's a moment of opportunity in this. The Russians were desperately looking for people inside of Ukraine to come forward and say that they were the owners of the Russian Starlinks. Because if they could find a Ukrainian to register in their name, then it would be on the whitelist. There would be no problem for the Russians continuing to use that Starlink. The Ukrainians set up a trap. They set up a military unit that went online and found all the Russians looking for Ukrainians to register the Starlinks in their names. And by doing so, they revealed the names and the serial numbers for over 2,420 of the Russian Starlinks. And that means those Starlinks will never work again. But more than that, to add insult to injury, the Russians sent over $5,000 to the Ukrainians, thinking they were sending it to just normal civilians to thank them for doing the service. Those $5,000, they are now going to help the Ukrainian soldiers to get more life-saving drones. But these problems on the front, they're compounding for the Russians. And we look back at Russian history and we look how problems compound and how regimes become destabilized, we can see a lot of parallels. Let's think back in 1917. The rail strain turned a military problem into a political collapse. Freight piled up at stations and essential shipments stopped moving. Food failed to reach cities and fuel failed to reach factories. The front received supplies late and the planning windows closed. Shortages triggered strikes, protests, and panic buying. The army was ordered to restore order, but command cohesion weakened. Senior commanders withheld support from Nicholas II as a result. As a result of that, the unrest spread. The Tsar, in the end, had to abdicate, and the state authority fractured across the empire. But after February 1917, discipline weakened and political agitation spread within the military units. The government that came after Nicholas II was called a provisional government, but it lacked reliable force to impose wartime priorities, and the army stopped functioning as a unified instrument of national power. And by late 1917, the Imperial Army dissolved into rival armed formations. That might seem far off, but Russia is much closer than you might think. What we see today is very simple. The same logic of 1917 works today. When routes are threatened, Supply schedules slip, and combat tempo slows. Convoys reroute to reduce exposure, and distances quietly expand. Longer routes burn more fuel and increase vehicle wear. When communication, though, fails, that's something very bad, because at that point, it turns into a complex situation. At that point, the army is truly lost. With more targets to guard and less money to guard them, the system begins to break. And today in Russia, that system is reaching the breaking point. Check out this video to see why. As always, thank you for supporting Ukraine.
Meanwhile, Secretary of State Rubio delivered a speech at the Munich Security Conference that reaffirmed the deep ties between the United States and Europe. He reminded the Western allies of the shared heritage that we have together, while also pointing out that defending it was a two-way street.
Under President Trump, the United States of America will once again take on the task of renewal and restoration. And while we are prepared, if necessary, to do this alone, it is our preference and it is our hope to do this together with you, our friends here in Europe. This is why we Americans may sometimes come off as a little direct and urgent in our counsel. This is why President Trump demands seriousness and reciprocity from our friends here in Europe. The reason why, my friends, is because we care deeply. We do not want allies to rationalize the broken status quo rather than reckon with what is necessary to fix it. For we in America have no interest in being polite and orderly caretakers of the West's managed decline. We do not seek to separate, but to revitalize an old friendship and renew the greatest civilization in human history.
Joining us now is retired General Jack Keane, a Fox News senior strategic analyst with more. Senator McCormick of Pennsylvania wrote this, that Rubio sets the course for NATO's future. Will Europe listen? And that it's a powerful call for the champions of the West to defend a shared civilization with a beautiful past. Your thoughts this morning, sir?
Yeah, well, I thought it was a great articulation of where President Trump is coming from. Certainly started it in the first administration and clearly in the second. And what's changed so much is in the in-between Biden administration, where our adversaries became so much more aggressive. And I think they became aggressive because they perceived weakness on the part of U.S. and European leadership. It's not isolated, you know, that Ukraine is at war in 22. Russia invades the country, not the least bit intimidated by the United States and NATO. And Iran and its proxies start the most significant conflict Israel's ever experienced in 23 in their history since they were established as a state in 1948. But what the part of the speech that I really loved was when Rubio identifies the failed strategies that the United States has had and how we're going after them and wants to join with Europe in working on these common problems ourselves. And what are we talking about? Mass migration, open borders, failed climate and energy strategies, the reality that we surrendered and we relied far too much on multinational organizations like the UN, the World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, and the list goes on. Didn't solve a lot of problems for any of us. And then finally, it's an admission that we have to recover our defense capabilities and conduct a buildup to return to the kind of deterrence policies that we've had in the past. The Europeans have the same problems. Yes, shared culture, shared values, but common problems and challenges too. And I think the Europeans will positively respond to this because they see these problems and they know they have to get after it. And listen, Putin has awakened them, to be sure, and President Trump put some denominator down on the table. This is specifically what you need to do to increase your defense capabilities. And they are stepping up to that. I think the attitude of working it together, and we are a part of it, I think is refreshing. The tone was right. I don't want to be too Pollyannish about it. The Europeans have deep-seated problems, to be sure. But I think this is a step really in the right direction.
And then let's talk about the report that Dana Marie McNichol had about Iran. I want to show you here U.S. naval assets in the Middle East as we understand them right now. This is a map here. And of course, you know a lot more about what this posturing means than anyone else. And here was President Trump on Friday. He was asked about if he wanted regime change.
Do you want regime change in Iran? Well, it seems like that would be the best thing that could happen. For 47 years, they've been talking and talking and talking. In the meantime, we've lost a lot of lives while they talk, and legs blown off, arms blown off, faces blown off. It's been going on for a long time. So let's see what happens. In the meantime,
where do you stand? I look at all of this, and maybe this is part of the strategy. Is I don't know what's going to happen. Do you?
Well, negotiations are underway. President Trump, sticking to his pattern here, has offered a diplomatic olive branch to them, as he did prior to the 12-day war, and he gave them 60 days, and on the 61st day, Israel attacked Iran, and then we participated in that operation to end that war. And he did the same thing with Maduro. Offered him an olive branch, actually offered him a ride out of Venezuela with some degree of immunity, and refused to take it, and we all saw what happened to him. Well, here we are looking at this again. And the Iranians, I think, true to form, will not negotiate on really enrichment. So our audience understands there are someplace north of 60% enriched uranium. You only need 3 to 5 for civil nuclear power. And it's unlikely they will go down to that level. And listen, the Iranians are such diabolical, pathological liars that they don't even admit that they're in pursuit of a nuclear weapon, despite the secret sites they've had, despite the sites that we bombed that are buried 250 feet underneath the ground. Really quite remarkable that they still to this day pursue this bold-faced lie that we're just building civilian nuclear power. They have one nuclear power plant that produces less than 1% of electricity for the nation writ large. This is all about their desire to develop a nuclear weapon. They have two objectives here. One, to continue to drag out negotiations to forestall any U.S. Combined attack with Israel and give them greater capability to prepare for such an attack and also retaliate. And then the second thing, and they've actually put it on the table, is what their real objective is to get sanction relief. Dana and Bill, they cannot recover their economy. And that's why the people are asking for regime change. They know this is a hopeless situation. It wasn't like the Hajib when the young girl was killed and tortured in prison. And a year later, Iran changed that policy and permitted people to not have to wear a headdress or the Hajib. They can't change any policy here and recover their economy, which is in a tank, and the suffering of their people. And that is why the people were willing to lose their lives for them. So I think we're on a path here, given Iranian behavior that is somewhat predictable, that we will not be able to work a deal that makes sense, that this option that you're seeing coming together in the Mediterranean and the Gulf in terms of another carrier strike group. For our audience to understand, there were 2 carrier strike groups in the Mediterranean and the Gulf when Israel started its 12-day war and the United States took down their nuclear enterprise. And that is what is unfolding right before our eyes. To include what we don't see is all the fighter aircraft and bombers that are moving into the region, as well as defense missile capability that's moved into the region. Something quite significant.
It looks, yeah, making quite a statement indeed. Well, it's only Monday, and I'm sure that we will probably see you again this week. Thank you, General.
Yeah, great talking to both of you. Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
Papa, 4, Victor, Sierra, Foxtrot, Oscar, Tango, Romeo, India, 2, Bravo, Kilo, Uniform, 2, Tango, Whiskey, Kilo, Uniform, 2, 6, 4, Alpha, ICAN, 5, X-ray, 4, Papa, 2, Papa, 4, Victor, Sierra, Foxtrot, Oscar, Tango, Romeo, India, 2, Bravo, Kilo, Uniform, 2, Tango, Whiskey, Kilo, Uniform, 2, 6, 4, Alpha. This is I say again, this is Shamrock, standing by for traffic. This is Shamrock, out. Lima, Quebec, Juliet, Zulu, Juliet, Golf, stand by. Lima, Quebec, Juliet, Zulu, Juliet, Golf, stand by. Lima, Quebec, Juliet, Zulu, Juliet, Golf, stand by. Message power. Lima, Juliet, Zulu, Juliet, Golf, Kilo, 5, Charlie, Hotel, 6, Victor, 6, India, Hotel, Tango, Oscar, Uniform, 6, Oscar, Bravo, Alpha, November, 6, Yankee, Juliet, Charlie, Idea, Limo, Quebec, Juliet, Zulu, Juliet, Golf, Kilo, 5, Charlie, Hotel, 6, Victor, 6, Foxtrot, India, Hotel, Foxtrot, Tango, Oscar, Uniform, 6, Oscar, Bravo, Alpha, November, 6, Yankee, Juliet, Kilo. This is Summer, Powerhouse. This is Stammer, Big, Lima, Quebec, Juliet, Zulu, Juliet, Golf, stand by. Lima, Quebec, Juliet, Zulu, Juliet, Golf, stand by. Lima, Quebec, Juliet, Zulu, Juliet, Golf, stand by. Message power. Lima, Quebec, Juliet, Zulu, Juliet, Golf, Kilo, 5, Charlie, Hotel, 6, Victor, 6, Foxtrot, Hotel, Tango, Oscar, Uniform, 6, Oscar, Bravo, Alpha, November, 6, Yankee, Juliet, Charlie, Idea, Lima, Quebec, Juliet, Zulu, Juliet, Golf, Kilo, 5, Charlie, Hotel, 6, Victor, 6, Foxtrot, India, Hotel, Tango, Oscar, Uniform, 6, Oscar, Bravo, Alpha, November, 6, Juliet, this is Summer, Hotel, Alpha, Alpha, stand by. 5, X-ray, Bravo, Hotel, Alpha, Alpha, stand by. 5, X-ray, Bravo, Hotel, Alpha, Alpha, stand by. Message followed. 5, X-ray, Bravo, Hotel, Alpha, Alpha, November, 6, Whiskey, Alpha, 7, Quebec, Juliet, Alpha, Hotel, Charlie, Juliet, Uniform, Bravo, 4, Zulu, Papa. I say again. 5, X-ray, Bravo, Hotel, Alpha, Alpha, November, 6, Whiskey, Alpha, 7, Quebec, Juliet, Alpha, Hotel, Charlie, Juliet, Uniform, Bravo, 4,
How many of y'all have ever seen Overlord do this?
All stations, this is Shamrock. Shamrock. Break. Lima. Quebec. Quebec. Sierra. Tango. Romeo. Stand by. Lima. Quebec. Quebec. Sierra. Tango. Romeo. Stand by. Lima. Quebec. Quebec. Sierra. Tango. Romeo. Stand by. Message follows. Lima. Quebec. Quebec. Sierra. Tango. Romeo. Juliet. 3, 2. Oscar. X-ray. November. Victor. Juliet. Quebec. 4. Quebec. Golf. Oscar. India. Tango. Mike. Victor. Oscar. 7. Juliet. Sierra. Zulu. India. Bravo. I say again. Lima. Quebec. Quebec. Sierra. Tango. Romeo. Juliet. 3, 2. Oscar. X-ray. November. Victor. Juliet. Quebec. 4. Quebec. Golf. Oscar. India. Tango. Mike. Victor. Oscar. 7. Juliet. Sierra. Zulu. India. Bravo. This is Shamrock out.
All right, going back to my earlier question. Who has ever seen Overlord do this?
All stations, this is Shamrock. Shamrock. Break. Lima. Quebec. November. Yankee. Oscar. Oscar 7, stand by. Lima, Quebec, November, Yankee, Oscar 7, stand by. Lima, Quebec, November, Yankee, Oscar 7, stand by. Message follows. Lima, Quebec, November, Yankee, Oscar 7, Papa, Foxtrot, Romeo, Golf, Charlie, Romeo, Hotel, Quebec, Bravo, 3, Oscar, Kilo, Whiskey, Delta, Charlie, 2, Whiskey, Papa, X-ray, Uniform, 4, 2, Golf, Yankee, I say again, Lima, Quebec, November, Yankee, Oscar, 7, Papa, Foxtrot, Romeo, Golf, Charlie, Romeo, Hotel, Quebec, Bravo, 3, Oscar, Kilo, Whiskey, Delta, Charlie, 2, Whiskey, Papa, X-ray, Uniform, 4, 2, Golf, Yankee. This is Shamrock out.
All right, and I'm talking about who has seen Overlord do this maneuver here. I'm not talking about in Ukraine. I'm talking about here in Iraq, or excuse me, here in the Middle East.
This is Shamrock, standing by for traffic.
Over the UAE. I don't ever recall seeing Overlord do this. If you've seen it, tell me when.
I say again, this is Shamrock, standing by for traffic. This is Shamrock.
Survey said. So, I'm not the only one that's never seen it. Okay, well, getting mighty interesting there, especially with Unident doing all of the trips to and from the middle of the Persian Gulf, and some other supposed escorts that took place today. And by the dark of the moon, it's supposed to be pretty dark there tonight. So, the Iranians said about 6 hours ago that they were going to close the Strait of Hormuz in a few hours. So we're going to see if indeed they have done that. So let's see what we can see here. Trump is making. Oh no, that's not it. Never mind.
All stations, this is Shamrock, Break, Lima, Quebec, Juliet, 7. Uniform 6, stand by. Lima, Quebec, Juliet, 7, Uniform 6, stand by. Lima, Quebec, Juliet, 7, Uniform 6, stand by. Message follows. Lima, Quebec, Juliet, 7, Uniform 6, Tango, Papa, Quebec, Victor, November, Charlie, Tango, Golf, 4, Charlie, Uniform, Romeo, 2, 7, X-ray, India, Foxtrot, 2, Papa, India, Lima, 3, Victor, again, Lima, Quebec, Juliet, 7, Uniform 6, Tango, Papa, Quebec, Papa, Victor, November, Charlie, Tango, Golf, 4, Charlie, Uniform, Romeo, 2, 7, X-ray, India, Foxtrot, 2, Papa, India, Lima, 3, 0. This is Shamrock out. This is West Coast with a 10 pound testing. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. This is West Coast out. This is Lodges with a test count. Testing 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. This is Lodges out. This is Lodges with a test count. Test 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. This is Lodges out. 1.
This is a Fox News alert. Saturday in America continuing to track fraud allegations all across the country. We've seen it in Maine. We brought you some questions about some funding that allegedly was misused in Maine. Those were private donations. Then California. And now, here's the next state, Massachusetts. Now, the state's auditor just released a report revealing massive fraud within programs like Mass Help, the Department of Transitional Assistance, and the Department of Early Education and Care. These are all programs that provide social services to the Massachusetts community. And as you can see, there was over $4 million in fraud uncovered in the state's SNAP program alone. Another $1.3 million connected to the state's Mass Health program, and hundreds of thousands of dollars found in other state programs. We're also learning of 22 civil recoveries that reclaimed nearly $800,000 in fraudulent overpayments. Now, the total amount of fraud in fiscal year 2025 alone was nearly $12 million. That's in 1 year. That's your money. Now, as all this fraud is being exposed, President Trump is reportedly planning to sign an executive order establishing a new fraud task force. Signaling its importance, it will be led by Vice President J.D. Vance.
edited it. Ed?
Yep, it edited it.
Ed edited it.
I want you guys to get this. I want them to destroy every element of Hamas they can get their hands on. These people are vicious animals who did horrifying crimes. And I hope you guys post that.
And what about the civilians that are being killed every day?
Hamas should stop hiding behind civilians, putting civilians in the way. Hamas knew that this was going to lead to this. So Hamas has stopped building their military installations underneath hospitals.
So you don't care that 15,000 have died? You don't care about the babies that are being killed every day?
I think it's horrifying. I think it's terrible, and I think Hamas is 100% to blame. That's what I think. Make sure you post that, please.
U.S. actually commit U.S. troops to defend Taiwan if China were to move?
You know, I think that this is such a, you know, I think that this is a. Have
you ever had a dream that
you could you do you want you could do so you do you want him to do you so much you could do anything.
Would and should the U.S. actually commit U.S. troops to defend Taiwan if China were to move?
You know.
Really, I'm at the point where it's become really hard to have an intellectual debate with any of these people because the level of stupidity that they are displaying every single day is frankly embarrassing, not just in Congress, but as Americans. And
Yeah, it's watching the Strait of Hormuz here, and it is a Marine variant. It's an MQ for the Navy. Good chance this will get spicy soon.
This is main road test count. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1. Main road test count. Mainsail. This is main road with the count. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1. Main road test out. last caller, this is Mansell, I have you, Lima Charlie. How copy? Over. Last caller, this is Mansell. Do you require any assistance? Over. Last caller, this is Mansell. Please say it again. Over. Buckeye 1, this is Mansell. Do you require any assistance? Over. Buckeye 1, this is Mansell. Do you require any assistance? Over.
Doesn't matter when his last one is, it matters when his next one is. Yep, doing well. We're going to end this one and start a new one. We'll see you back here in about 10 minutes.
That's all, folks.